Hello, hello, hello. Didn't even check my microphone. Professional streamer here. What is going on, guys? I'm doing something really cool tonight. For those of you who are new here, for some reason, this is mostly a Scala channel. However, today we're not doing much Scala, actually. First and foremost, let me know if you hear me well. Let me know if the music is too loud. I feel a bit energetic tonight, so I'm going with rock. So let me know if it's too loud. We can also switch it up if you don't feel like it. So we're gonna be here for a couple hours today and tonight. And usually live streams that so basically VODs, the live streams that are being recorded, they're not being watched as much, and so they usually hurt watch time, and so people unlist them. And so most of my live streams are going to be unlisted. Hey Mark. Hey Maite. So but this one is not going to be. So this one is going to be public because this one is going to be like a full not just a tutorial, but like an actual practical example, right? Because we're not just going to go to like DigitalOcean or Linode and, and I'm going to show you how to freaking SSH into a box and how to set up SSH keys. No. We're setting up like a real box for me. And I'm going to tell you the whole story behind it. It's actually a very long story. So where do I start? Long time ago, I lived in Germany and I worked for a relatively small company. And we were running our servers on Rackspace, which is I believe it's a British company. And after Rackspace, we wanted to minimize our costs. And there's this German company called Hetzner. And by the way, guys, I'm an influencer, but please don't go and check it out. I'm going to dog food it. And then if I'm happy, I'll let you know, and then you can go check it out. Okay. So Hetzner is a little bit different because you can, these days you can rent cloud service from them, but you can also rent like bare metals boxes. And those boxes are not, back in the day, we used to joke around that it's just like in somebody's cellar, like actual desktops, like standing somewhere in somebody's cell. And the reason we were saying this is because they were cheap, right? So fast forward like almost 10 years now, right? And I've been a digital nomad for a couple of years. Even though like right now I'm settling down here in Brazil, but I've been a digital nomad, and so everything that I was doing from my laptop. So my laptop, I bought it at the end of 2018, which makes it almost the whole 2019, 2021. So basically like 3.5 years, almost 4 years. And like these days I'm doing a lot of like video editing and all that kind of stuff, and so it's kind of like overheating and stuff. Oh, hey Philip. Was geht in Deutschland? So, my laptop was overheating at some point, and my main client, Avance, right? So they were like, "Yo, just we're just gonna like set up an EC2 box for you. We're gonna give you like 32 gigs of RAM, and because your laptop is overheating and you need to work." And I was like, "Okay, cool." And so we did this for like half a year, and and now it's time for me to get something on my own. And I'm planning to build a desktop PC because what we're gonna set up today is cool for programming. It's very much enough for programming. However, for things like video editing is not enough. And even when I'm going to build my desktop PC, I'm still going to keep that box because I still need it because I'm using a cool tool called Resilio Sync. It's like a Dropbox and Google Drive and all of that stuff, but much nicer because there's no cloud, there's no space limits. It's because it runs only on your machines. And so if you have a machine that is always on, right, you have a node that is always on, you pretty much have your own cloud, okay? And by the way, today we're going to learn about a bunch of cool tools like VPNs and firewalls and whatnot. By the way, I'm not an expert in this, but I've been around the block for like over 10 years, so I've set up a couple of servers in the past, okay? So, what was I saying? Yeah, so eventually I'm going to build a desktop computer, probably like, I don't know, I'm planning for like January, February, something like this. But at least for now, I need like a remote box, okay? And so the problem with remote boxes is, like Amazon is probably the cheapest one, but even there, if you never turn it off, like for a month, for a box with like 32 gigs of RAM, you're going to be paying like $200 a month, which is ridiculous. If you turn it off from time to time, so if you do like 8 hours a day, it's going to cost you like, I don't know, maybe 18, 90, but you need to be like very diligent and stuff. Okay. And it's just, obviously it's a shared box, right? So it's an institute instance somewhere. And also like AWS is a pain in the ass to manage. Anyway, so one of my colleagues has no relation to Germany, but somehow he discovered this same company, Hetzner, right? And he's a Vim guy, and so he has been developing like this for a while. So he got like a bare metals box on Hetzner, and he has been very happy with it. And so now that the time came up for me to do the same thing, I checked it out, and it's really great. And so today we're going to set up one of those boxes. So I already ordered it. I can already SSH into it and stuff, but we're going to set it up. I'm going to show you some really cool things. Top topic for me, big need. My local device is in my iMac, but outside I'm on Windows and I need to work remotely. Yeah. So, all right. So let's get to it then. Okay. So, if you go to Hetzner, which I already have done it, right? So if you go to so again, like don't go there and like don't get this machine and don't tell me like, hey, you told me to get it. I'm not telling you to get it because I'm just getting it myself, and I'm gonna let you know like after a month or so if I had any issues and stuff. Okay, but if you go to Hetzner, hetzner.com, I probably should switch to this scene. Okay, so hetzner.com. Okay, and you click over here. So obviously they have a cloud, but if you click on dedicated and you click on this AX line over here, let me zoom in a little bit. As you can see, it starts like very cheaply, 37.3 euros. All right, and so what you get for 37.3, and by the way, this does not include VAT. So I'm in Brazil, so this is pretty much what I'm paying. I'm paying a little bit more because I also added a hard drive, right? But like if you're like in Germany, for example, you would pay 37 times 3 times 1.19. This is what you're gonna pay, 44.3. Okay, so like $7 more. All right, so they have two locations in Germany and Finland. Finland is cheaper. Okay, so this is what you get: a Ryzen 5, 64 gigs of RAM, which is ridiculous. Like guys, like compare this to something like EC2. Like you would pay like a freaking kidney for a box like this on EC2. Okay, and you have two NVMe SSDs. They come in RAID 1, but you can change it if you want. So if you go to configure, which is what I did. Okay, as you can see, Finland is a little bit cheaper. You get an IPv4 address and an IPv6 as well, by the way. But and you pay like 170. It's over here. It's kind of like included, right? I think it was like on the previous page. It was already 37.3, right? So they already included it, right? And so you get like a couple of images. You can also run your own, but if you want support, choose one of their images. So what I did though was I went down and I was like, I need a hard drive. So a 6 terabyte hard drive is going to cost me $16.50. So this is literally what I'm paying right now, 53.8. Okay, so if you do this, you only can start with a so-called rescue system. Okay, and the rescue system is like their own thing. It's basically, and also like at any point in time, you can go to their admin panel and you can reset everything to their rescue system. You can start from scratch. Okay, and this is actually what I did because I didn't want the stream to go like horribly badly, and so I played around a little bit and then I reset everything, and so now we are at the rescue system. Okay, so before we get to it, we need to talk about IP addresses real quick. So first of all, when I created this machine, by the way, you need to go through an ID verification system. You upload your ID and stuff. I actually had an issue with it, created a support ticket, blah, blah, blah. In the end, it was fine, okay? So you have an option to upload your public SSH key, okay? Which is what I did. However, when they set it up, you can connect as root with this, with your SSH key, but also they generated a password. So you can also connect with a password, okay? So this is a static IP, and I am really worried about showing it to you guys. So in the beginning, I'm going to do a bunch of this, right? But eventually, meaning like after 20 minutes or so, we're going to set it up in such a way that the IP is going to be hidden, and it's going to be hidden behind a VPN, and you're going to be able to set up, the same thing. It is super easy. It's really, really awesome. And all of it is for free except for the actual box, okay? So let's talk about what is the issue with exposing the IP. It's a static IP, so it's kind of hard to change. I can order new ones. I don't know if I cancel the old ones, okay? And the problem with IPv4 addresses, and by the way, this is also the reason why IPv6 addresses are more secure, is because there's a bunch of scanners out there scanning for, basically for the SSH port on all of the IPv4 address. And there's much more IPv6 addresses, much harder to scan, okay? And then they try to, to connect as root or connect somehow to your machine to elevate the permissions and all of that stuff, okay? So you should never ever expose your static IP to anyone, which shouldn't be an issue for most of you guys, because most of you guys are not crazy like me live streaming this shit, okay? So, but still, so one of the very first things that we're going to do is once we're going to connect the box, and we're going to be in this rescue system, so we're going to need to set up an OS first, and then we're going to connect to the root. And one of the first things that we're going to do is we're going to configure SSH in such a way that A, we cannot connect with passwords, and B, we cannot connect as a root user anyway, okay? And even after this, I'm still going to try to hide the IP from you because I'm just paranoid, okay? Usually I'm not super concerned about data privacy and about security, but this is like this is like my bar. This is like common sense, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to set up a VPN, and then this VPN is going to come with a thing called magic DNS. And so I will be able to SSH into my box by using a string of my choosing, okay? So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go over here. I'm going to start my Dev Inside You WSL distribution. If you have seen my WSL videos, you know what it is. Most of my videos, I'm using this one. I'm actually going to look into my .ssh config, and I'm pretty sure that there's nothing in there. But like again, I have to be really slow and really careful these days. So like to just today, okay? So I'm going to do this, and I'm going to look inside. Okay, it doesn't even exist. Okay, as you can see, it doesn't exist, okay? Now, on my other distribution, which is this one. This is the one that I usually use to prepare my videos, at least before I was doing live streaming. Like these days, I prepare my videos, live whenever I can, okay? So over here, I actually do have a file like this. So the first thing that I'm gonna do is, inside of that file, I already configured the SSH access to this machine. So I'm gonna copy the file over. I'm gonna remove the IP, and I'm gonna show you the file after I remove the IP. And then I'm gonna, hide my screen again. I'm going to put my IP in there, okay? So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to take the SSH config, and I'm going to put it somewhere on my Windows hard drive like this. And I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to copy it, from, well, actually, I'm going to move it, right? So it's going to be, what was it called? Config, right? So I'm going to put it into .ssh, okay? I actually need to go into .ssh, okay? And I need to change the permission. So it should be, what is it by default, like 644 config, okay? Maybe I should do it in such a way that like only I can see it. Yeah, let's do it like this. So that's gonna be like 600, right? Okay, like this. So I'm going to open it with Vim in just a second, okay? So inside of it, I'm going to remove the host name. It's gonna be IP over here. Okay, like this. All right, so this is how it looks like. So the host name is going to be COB, and I'm going to explain in a second why it's COB. I'm going to forward the agent, which means that I will never have to have my private keys on there, and I'll be able to just like git clone a repository or fetch stuff. This is like, I'm not going to explain like every little detail of everything, right? Because otherwise we're going to be here for like 4 weeks. I'm not going to explain, how firewalls works and networks work, right? But like the absolute basic, okay? This stuff I'm only enabling just in case, like when I close the SSH connection, it will print out I'm closing the SSH connection to that IP, right? And I don't want you guys to see this. So for now, I'm gonna do this. Okay, so I'm gonna explain why it's called COB. Okay, so this box is in Finland, and I decided to call it COB, which is an abbreviation of a Finnish metal band called Children of Bottom. There's a lake called Bottom in Finland, and back in the day, like in the 60s or something like this, there was like a horrible murder there. There were like 3 kids on the lake. 2 of them died. The third one was accused, but then like years later, it turned out that he was not, guilty, whatever, you know. So the band is called, you know, after those children of Bottom. And this is sort of my tribute to their lead guitarist, Alexi Laiho, who unfortunately passed away a couple of years ago, or like a year ago. Actually, it was in 2020. It was the year of the pandemic, but he didn't die because of the pandemic. He died because of liver issues, because he's Finnish and he was drinking like crazy. Okay, so COB stands for Children of Bottom, and this is going to be the name of my box. All right, so I am going to do this again, and I'm going to undo a couple of times. So now P is actually in there. Okay, so I'm saving the file. Okay, so now I will do, actually let me go in there again. I think I forgot one thing, because the first time we connect, the first time we connect, I need to connect as me. I'm sorry, as root, right? Because I didn't specify. So I believe it's called user, right? User root. Oh no, actually I'm not gonna do this. I'm not gonna do this. Okay. So I'm gonna get out of here. Okay. Super loud motorcycle. All right. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna do SSH root at COB. Now I've already done this before, and I know that when I'm going to connect to it, it will print out a little bit of information, and the IP is going to be there. So I'm gonna mute my screen. Okay. I'm gonna connect to it. And it's happening. Okay, so we're in. I'm gonna press Control L, you know, to clear the screen. Okay, so we're in there. Okay, so this is how it looks like, root at rescue. Okay, and in their docs, it's written that I need to run this command, install image. So I'm gonna press enter, but before I'm gonna press enter, I'm gonna hide my screen just in case. I'm gonna check if the IP is somewhere there. All right, I think we're good. Okay, so over here we need to choose something. So I'm gonna go with Ubuntu, and I'm gonna go with Ubuntu local minimal. So these days 2204 is already out, but I heard that there's some issues, and so I decided to just go with what I know, which is 2004. One day I'm gonna be running NixOS, but today is not the day. Okay, there's also the hardware-enabled version of it, but I decided not to go with it. Because you can install it anytime you want a little bit later. And why are you not seeing me? Where's me? Something is wrong. Hold up. How did this happen? Jesus. All right. So this basically means enable rolling updates for the Linux kernel and stuff. I don't want that. I want stability. Okay, so we're gonna go with this one again. Hold up. All right, so there's a notice, like an editor will now show you the config for the image. You can edit the parameters, blah blah blah. And then you save this with F10, and then you know, it's gonna boot up, right? And it's also gonna like delete a bunch of stuff. Hold up, check my phone real quick. Yeah, all good. Okay, so again, I'm gonna mute my screen real quick. Okay. All right, let me go through this file real quick, and I want to see if I see my IP somewhere. No, I think I don't. Okay, so we're good. All right, so this is Nano, and I've never used Nano in my life. Okay, so again, Hessen is a German company. I've already read through this document, and it has been translated by German, so it's not perfect. The translation is not perfect. Like the first time I followed the instructions like to the letter, and I did it wrong. Okay, so it says please read the notes below, and I kind of did. Actually, hold up. The music is a little bit too loud for me. Hold up, give me a sec. Let's go like that. All right. So these are my, where's my mouse? There we go. Where's my mouse? Why do I not see my mouse? This is so weird. Ah, it's because of the color. Okay, so these are the two NVMe hard drives, right? So if you remember, over here, this is the two of them, and plus my hard drive. Okay, so if you had you not chosen an extra hard drive, this would not be a custom build, and you would be able to choose one of those images, and it would come automatically in RAID 1. Over here, we have a choice, right? So basically it says over here, Jesus, where's my mouse? Why is it so? Okay, so if you don't want RAID over your 3 drives, then comment out the following line and set software RAID level not to 5. Horrible description. And by the way, when they say comment out the following line, they also mean, you know, to comment out this, right? So I feel like this comment used to be like over here, right? So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to say, well, I don't want RAID on this hard drive, right? So this is just for data. It's gone. Okay. So over here, I can decide not to have RAID at all, but I actually do want it. So software RAID is 1. I want it. And over here, I'm going to choose 1 as well. So this is like the type of RAID, I believe 0, 1, 5, 10. Basically 0 is no RAID, 1 is good, whatever. I tried it before, 1 is good, okay? So, by the way, if you're setting up a box on like Linode or something, you're not gonna do any of that, right? Like you're just gonna be able to like log in like straight into Ubuntu or something like this, right? So the host name is going to be COB, right, over here. COB, okay? So network config, IPv4 only, no, of course not, I want IPv6. And by the way, this is one of the things, like I would love to be able to connect via IPv6. However, most of the times I'm connecting from WSL, and WSL does not support IPv6, even though it's been out for many years, but you know, it's a micro company, super tiny company. They cannot afford a couple of engineers freaking finishing their products. All right, so this is partitioning. The normal partitioning or the LVM partitioning, right? LVM means logical drives, which means you can have like 2 drives, for example, but you can make them look like 1. Okay, we don't want any of that. Okay, we want like the simplest thing. Like over here, there's an example of, so this is a description, mount points, file system size. This is an example of LVM. This is an example of BTRFS sub volumes. Don't know what it is. Okay. And like this is an example of like a regular partitioning. And in fact, when I was doing it the first time, actually there was a part somewhere at the top, which I believe is this one. Yeah, so this is an example. God damn it, my mouse is so hard to find. Okay, so over here is an example of how to do this without LVM. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this, right? I'm gonna go down. I'm gonna go down over here, and I'm gonna paste it over here. Okay, so now we're gonna like what? No, hold on. Save before close. No, I didn't want to close. Like, what is wrong with you? All right, so now we're going to like merge like these 2 settings. Okay, so swap partition. So this box has 64 gigs of RAM. And when I was like developing on this EC2 instance, which has 32 gigs of RAM, like no matter which limits I would set for, you know, for XMAX and whatnot, very often like the machine would just like freeze. So something was like running out of memory. So I decided that I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna give it like 64 gigs of swap because I don't care. Okay, so boot partition. Everything is gonna be ext4 except for swap, obviously. 500 to 12 megs is usually enough, but I'm not a cheap bastard, so we're gonna go with 1 gig. So now this is an interesting thing. So the temp partition. I don't even need temp partition. Why do I need temp partition? It can all be inside of root. So here's the thing. So we're going to install Nix at some point. And Nix, the package manager. And there are 2 ways how you can install it on Linux. One is you install it like just for yourself, and then in your bash RC or in your ZSH RC, you will have a line that will say, basically source it, or you install it as a root. Okay, and installing it as a root is recommended. The installation is a bit more involved, but there's a script that will do all of it for us, and everything is going to be like in /nix store anyway. And so usually it's recommended to have your own partition for home. Then you can just repartition everything except for home, and then everything is going to be there. But I'm synchronizing my .files anyway. It's really not a big deal. So what I'm going to do is I am going to, I'm just going to have, I'm deciding whether I should keep the temp partition or not. I think I'm not gonna do this. I think I'm just gonna do this. And that's it. Let's try it. What do you guys think? Do we need a temp partition or not? I'm leaning towards not. And even if we did, whatever, we could give it like 10 gigs. It's kind of easier for visibility, if you're running out of space and then you see, oh, my temp partition is like full, then you can just like delete there. But whatever, okay. If you guys have no opinions, then we're just gonna go like this. You guys even here? I know it's kind of late in most places. By the way, guys, don't forget to hit the like button so that more people stumble on the stream. Yeah, so if you missed the beginning, this is what you pay. So without this, so this is what I'm paying. If you're somewhere in Europe, you're gonna pay VAT on top of that. But the reason I'm paying that is because I added this 6 terabyte hard drive. Okay, so if I remove that, this is what you're gonna pay, and if you add VAT to that, like 90% or something, you're gonna pay like 44. So the stream is gonna be live later, so you can scroll back and I explained all of that stuff, why it's so cheap and blah, blah. Okay, so I think I'm just gonna go with this. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go with this. Is a temp partition even optional? Is temp partition are required? Both are not needed. It's not likely to hold a lot of files. Oh yeah, why should I make a separate partition for TMP? Has no SUID and no exact. This both privilege escalation, arbitrary script execution from TMP. Respect is particularly useful in multi-user environments. Okay, I'm not really worried about this, but the cost is not such a big deal. So, with a temp or TMP? TMP, right? So, okay, so let's go back, right? So let's go TMP. Everything is going to be ext4. So TMP, and we're going to give it. Let's give it 8 gigs, like this. I don't know if this line needs to be like the last line, and I don't know how to like copy lines. So we're gonna go like this, ext4, and all, and now we're gonna remove this line. Whoops. And we're gonna remove all of these lines. Okay, so this is basically a config, okay? We're giving it like a ridiculous amount of swap, which is 64 gigs. The boot partition is gonna have 1 gig, temp is gonna have 8 gigs, and the rest is gonna be just like slash. Okay? So, this is like if you want a custom image, we don't wanna do that. So basically we're done, right? So now I'm gonna do like Alt 2, yeah, save. And now I think like F10. Okay, Data on the following drive will be deleted. Okay. On that one as well. Okay. And it didn't touch my other one. Okay. So it's pretty much like doing this thing. Like I'm a little bit worried again about the fact that it might expose the IP. So I'm going to do this for a while. This one. Okay. So it's going to run for like a minute or so. We can chat while it's running. Do you guys have any questions so far? It's running the step 9 out of 16. Don't like the music anymore. Let's go with indie pop. And there you go. All right. So it says installation complete. It's being covered by the song thing. There you go. You can now reboot and log into your new system with the same credentials that you used to log into the rest of your system. Okay. So if I just do reboot now, right, the SSH will be disconnected, right, and then it would be, then it will show my IP again. So I'm gonna blur it out again. Do you know why blurring is fine to hide example faces, but not so good at hiding numbers or text? No. All right. So like this. All right. So this is what I'm seeing. Connection to blah 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 closed by remote host. Okay. So I'm going to now SSH again. Right. Still as root. Okay. And once I'm going to connect, it's going to have this logging thing as always, and it will show me my IP again. So I need to go like this again, SSHing. I might need to wait, by the way, because it's applying stuff. So it's not connecting now. Like nothing is happening now. So we probably need to wait a little bit. So I'm gonna wait a little bit like this. I'm gonna keep the screen blurred for a while because nothing is happening. I'm just gonna keep like trying SSH again. There we go. Okay, so I'm in. And does it say my IP? No, it doesn't. Okay, so there we go. So this is what we're seeing now. So now I'm root at COB, and that's what's up. Okay, so the very first thing that we're going to do is we're going to go sudo edit etc ssh d config. Okay, there's also ssh config in there. Right, there's SSH config, but we want SSHD config. Okay, this one. Again, it opens it with nano. And so over here, we want to look for anything that is related to passwords, anything that is related to root, and we want to turn all of it off. Okay, so the things that are commented out are showing the defaults. So for example, the default port is 22. If you wanted to change it, we would comment it out, change it to 23 or something, right? But we don't want to do that. Okay, we're fine with 22, completely fine. Okay, so all of this stuff is fine. Blah, 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 blah. Authentication. Okay, there we go. Okay, so do you see this? Permit root logging without password. Like, I have no idea why they would do this. They even created a password for me, but they set it up in such a way that you could connect as root without password. Are you freaking serious? So what we want to do is we want to change it to no, so that with password, without password, with SSH keys, without SSH keys, as a root, you're not going to be able to connect. Okay. By the way, I already said this in the beginning of the stream, but you might not have been around. I am not an expert. I'm not a DevOps guy. I'm a backend developer, but I've just been around computers for a very long time, so I kind of know these things. Do your own research. Okay. Public key authentication, yes, of course. authorized key files, authorized principal file, I don't know what that is, blah, 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 host-based authentication, don't know what that is, ignore user known host, no, ignore, no. Here, password authentication, by default it's yes, you want it to be no. Okay, and also like permit empty passwords, the default is no is also correct. Okay, maybe this is why it was not an issue that this root thing was like this, because this one is permit empty passwords, but I don't know which one has precedence. Okay, yeah, same thing here, like no passwords, no nothing. This is it, like this is all we needed to change. Okay, X11 forwarding, we want this, but I'm probably not gonna use any of it. Okay, that's it. Okay, so now Control X to exit, and then save yes, and press enter. Okay, so none of these changes are applied yet. Okay, so if I open another tab, I will still be able to connect as root. Okay, so let me open another tab, and I'm still gonna be able to connect as root, even though we just changed this file. All right, I'm gonna close it again. Okay, so the reason is that it's not, like we still need to apply it, the changes, right? But before we apply it, we want to create our own, a user for ourselves. And I forget every time how to do this, because there is like add user and there is user add, and I never remember which one is which. Okay, so I think it's user add. So add user on Linux. User add, yeah. So sudo user add, and then the name. So sudo user add Vlad. It was not correct, I guess. This was actually not the one that I wanted. I think I wanted add user. See, like this is the thing. So I wanted the one. Now it's gonna tell me that I already exist. Oh, okay. So I guess it's user RM. Oh, jeez. Okay. I wanted it to go through like a default thing to ask me like about my name, about my password and stuff. That's exactly what I meant, by the way. There's like user add and there's add user, and maybe I should search for Ubuntu. Okay. First of all, Ubuntu remove user. How to delete user? Come on. Blah 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 blah. Show me how to do this with the CLI. List them. Okay, del user. Okay, there we go. Sudo del user Vlad. Okay, done. Okay, so now we need to do sudo add user Vlad. Okay, so see, this is what I want, because I wanted it to create a home directory and all of that stuff. Okay. Never use cloud, but DigitalOcean has very good shorts focus guidelines. Yeah, me neither. So I only played with DigitalOcean like, I don't know, 8 years or something. They have really good guides, really good guidelines. And I just set up a referral link with them. So if you go to digitalocean.devinside.com, you'll get like, I don't know, $200 of credit or whatever. All right, so my password, my keyboard is not showing, so I can do like this and like that. Okay, full name, I don't care, don't care, don't care, don't care, don't care. Is this formation correct? Yes. Okay, there we go. So now we need to add me to the sudoers. Okay, Ubuntu add user to sudo sudoers. It's like one of those things that you do like once every like 10 years. Okay, so the group name is called. So this is like user mod, then add group, the name of the group, the username. Okay, so we can pretty much go like this, right? We don't need sudo because we are currently root. Okay, so the username is Vlad. All right, cool. So I'm gonna open another thingy over here, right? Another tab, right? So I'm gonna SSH to the same box, but I'm gonna leave root out. So I'm just gonna do COB, and it's gonna do Vlad add, because my user on my WSL is called the same way. Okay, so I'm gonna do this for a second because I don't know what it's gonna show me. Okay, it's asking me for the password. Okay, this is correct because I forgot to actually copy my SSH key. I don't want it to ask me for the password. And by the way, remember we disabled this password stuff, but we didn't reload the SSH configuration. Okay, so I'm gonna cancel. Okay, I'm gonna re-enable this again. Okay, so all we need to do is we need to pretty much copy the .sh directory to homeblat. Okay, recursively. Okay, so if we now go to homeblat, okay, so there's the SSH directory. We need to change owner to Vlad. Okay, go to SSH. Do the same thing over here. Change owner, like for everything over here. No, change owner, Vlad, to everything over there. Authorize keys. All right, nice. And by the way, I can actually show it to you because this is a public key. Okay, so this is my public key, which I'm still using the RSA key. Like usually, like these days, it's recommended to use keys that are based on the elliptic curve. But this elliptic curve stuff is not supported in some places. In all modern places, obviously it's supported, like GitHub and whatever, right? But occasionally you need to like freaking SSH into some Raspberry Pi on the other end of the world and it doesn't support it. And so instead I decided to just create like a huge RSA key. So mine is like 8,000 bytes. Okay, so now I should be able to open another tab over here. I should be able to do this, and I'm going to do that real quick. Let's see. All right, it connected. Okay, it connected. Let me see if I see my IP anywhere here. I don't. Okay, so it's like this, right? So this is what I'm seeing. So I'm now Vlad add cob, blah blah blah, and I should be able to install stuff. So let's just try like sudo apt install htop, for example. My password now. Okay, unable to locate. Okay, so this is another thing that we should do. We should update the system. Okay, so let's just for now see if my sudo works. Sudo apt update. Just update. Okay, it's working. Okay, so I can do sudo. So this means that we can actually go back and we can reload the SSH changes, which I don't remember how to do. Reload SSH config. Okay, so it says to restart. I think there is another way to do this, but whatever. Okay, so let's do this. Okay, so I can do this, restart SSH. All right, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to open another tab. Yeah, exactly, sudo apt update. Yeah, okay, so now I'm going to open another tab and I'm going to try again to connect this root. Okay, again, I'm going to turn my screen off. So now it shouldn't work because now I disabled it. And as you can see over here, it completely died, right? And it like usually it would show me the error message, but remember in my SSH config, I disabled like all the logging and all of the stuff, but essentially it doesn't let me in anymore. I can only connect as Vlad right now. SSH cob, this one works. Okay, cool. So I can close this. I can close that. I can, if I'm gonna close this, it's gonna reveal my IP, so I'm gonna do this. Actually, it didn't reveal my IP, but okay. In any case, so now we are secret. There we go. So now we're over here. So we need to do sudo apt full upgrade. And Was it auto remove? I have an like I don't remember this stuff because I have an alias for this stuff. Like this is what I want, right? Like this is what I usually do. I just type update and it does like, you know, does like the app stuff, it does the Corsair stuff, it does the Nix stuff, and it even like updates my Vim plugins and stuff. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this and I'm just gonna like paste it in over here. And by the way, I actually wanted to write everything down that I'm doing today, but I totally forgot, and now it's too late. Okay. So like after this, we're gonna like install htop. I'm gonna open it. It might reveal my IP. So yeah, we'll see. Like basically right after this, we're gonna install a VPN. No, my local IP is fine. I'm trying to prevent the static IP from being shown, the static IP of the remote server. My local IP is totally fine. Because technically, if you have this IP, you will be able to like, you know, try to like hack into my, well, technically not even password because now I disabled everything. But you know, who knows? Like maybe there will be like a bug in Ubuntu that will like, I don't know, mask with SSH stuff, and all of a sudden you will be able to connect, you know, without the root password and without anything. Like who freaking knows, you know? But like in theory, like right now, this box is already very much secure. In fact, we're gonna install the firewall in just a second, and we're gonna make sure that we can only connect through the SSH port and nothing else. Okay, so now we should be able to do like sudo apt install like htop. All right, so hold on. Htop, does it show my IP? It for sure somewhere shows my IP. Load average tasks. Okay, it doesn't seem like it shows my IP. Okay, so there we go. Okay, so as you can see, we have like 12 cores. We have 64 gigs of RAM, 64 gigs of swap. Okay, so I'm actually gonna get out of here, and I'm gonna remove it because we're gonna install it with Nix a little bit later. Yes. All right, so the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to do UFW. Okay, so UFW is the Ubuntu firewall, and this is where we're going to consult this thingy, how to set up a firewall with UFW, blah, blah, blah. The first step might be to even install it. Okay, sudo apt install UFW, probably, right? Yeah, whatever, it's probably like this. Yes. Okay, so it says like to disable it and stuff, but actually by default it's not enabled. There's for sure something for SSH. There we go. Okay, so this is pretty much the only thing that we need. Copied, paste over here. There we go. Yeah, exactly. And it costs like almost nothing. I mean, it's not like cheap, but compared to like an EC2 instance, for example, like it is cheap. Okay. So I think we can do like sudo UFW status or something like this, inactive. So I think we need to do like enable or something, right? So we're gonna do like sudo UFW enable, and it's pretty sure gonna warn us, right? Command may disrupt existing SSH connections. Proceed with this operation. Okay, so before you click yes, it's always a good thing to, you know, to connect to the box again, just in case you mess something up, right? Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna say yes. Firewall is active and enabled. So if you do UFW status, we see that, you know, TCP is allowed. And by the way, if you read this article, which I should post over here, I'm gonna post it over here. By the way, you're saying that this is a powerful machine, but this is their first option. This is their cheapest option. Okay, so if you read through this article, it will say that the default configuration, like what we just did, is basically just enable SSH, and that's it. Like where was it? SSH sudo ufw allow SSH, or manually like this, basically allow like 22 on the TCP port. It allows, so it closes all the incoming connections, but not all the outgoing ones. Okay, it's written somewhere here. All right, cool. So let's open another one, just see if we can connect. We're good. Okay, so hold on. Oh yeah, so when I'm logging out, because I configured it in such a way that it doesn't even show me my IP, I'm actually not seeing anything, which is great. So it also says system restart required. Not sure why. Why not? Sudo reboot. Just in case, hold up. Okay, my password. Yeah, so see, I was right. So now it actually said, connection to IP, closed by remote host. So I would have exposed my static IP. Okay, this is like literally the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to install a VPN. Okay, so in fact, I'm going to start talking about it while it's reloading. Okay, so there is this awesome VPN service called Tailscale. If you heard about it, it's built completely on WireGuard, which is an open source protocol, which is very fast, and they have an insane free tier. So you can install it on 20 machines, right? I don't have an affiliate link because they don't have affiliate links. Okay, all you need is to be able to log in with some single sign-on thing, right? So it's enough if you have a Google email address, or I believe with GitHub as well. I believe I connected with Google, and I'm actually going to show it to you right now. So I have it installed over here, as you can see, right? It says Tailscale connected. It says Tailscale connected, right? Click for options. So if I click over here, and I go over here under my email, and I go to admin console. By the way, before I explain this to you, when I discovered Tailscale, I put it on my to-do list. By the way, like all of these are VPN IPs, so it's not a problem showing them, okay? So when I discovered a Tailscale, I put it on my to-do list, and I was like, I need to check it out. And I spent like 2 months doing other things, not checking it out. I thought, I need a lot of time, blah, blah, blah. This is a zero config VPN. You don't have to do anything. You just install it, you log in with Google or GitHub, done. On Linux is slightly different, okay? So check it out. So Agile Nomad is my laptop that I'm currently on, from which I'm currently streaming. I've been a Nomad, blah, blah, blah. My nickname is Agile Steel, and I call all of my machines Agile something, right? So this is my laptop. Here, Agile Nomad. As you can see, I'm on Windows because I'm a streamer, so I have a bunch of things that don't have Linux drivers and whatever. This is the one on my phone, which I rarely use, but just for the sake of it. So I'm gonna go to Tailscale over here, and I'm just gonna enable it. Because this requires less configuration. This is easier than OpenVPN and faster because it's on WireGuard. Okay, so I enable it. As you can see now my phone is connected. Okay, so check it out. I disabled it again. Okay, so this is my NAS that is in Germany. It's a Synology NAS, and they also have it. This is a computer that I have in Germany at my mother's place that I very, very rarely need. It was actually, like, in fact, right now I never need it because of Tailscale, right? Because there were situations where I needed to access my NAS in such a way that it wasn't possible to do remotely. And like both my NAS and this computer is at my mother's place. And so I would ask her like, hey, can you turn it on? And then she would turn it on, and I would connect via some ridiculous shit like TeamViewer. And then I would connect over from a local network to something like Resilio Sync's interface. Okay, so this is my EC2 instance, by the way. Okay, so what we're going to do is I'm going to open this article over here. We're going to see how to install it. So 2004. All All right, so we're gonna grab this. Why is there no copy button? Where are we? In 2019 or what? Okay, so I'm copying this. I don't like this song.
Hello, my name is Will.
Oh my god. Some YouTube video started playing somewhere. Hold on. Hold up. This one. Why? No. Media keys in Windows. All right, so getting this. I'm going back here. SSH, COB. I am not sure what it's going to show me this time because we updated stuff. So let me do this real quick. Okay, nothing bad. There we go. All right, so pasting these things. My password. Let's try again. There we go. So all right, so now we need to do this. We can pretty much do apt instead of apt-get. So pretty much sudo apt update and sudo apt install tailscale. Okay, I guess we do need apt-get. Or maybe, I think when I pasted this stuff, it didn't paste it properly. Hold on. Because it was asking me for the password and stuff. Hold on. Yeah, I think it didn't do the second one. There we go. Okay, so now sudo apt update. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now it's installing tailscale. Okay, so after this, I need to run this command. But I don't remember what is going to happen after this. Actually, you may want to consider disabling Kickstarter to prevent the need to periodically re-authenticate. Yeah, so when I'm going to do this, I'm going to turn my screen off real quick. Okay, so let's see. So I'm just doing sudo tailscale up. That's all I'm doing. Okay. All right. So what is happening is it says to authenticate visit, and it gives me a browser thing. Okay. So I'm going to copy that. I'm going to here. I'm just going to paste it in my browser. It wants me to log in again. So I'm doing this. Okay. With me. Authorization successful. You will be redirected to your console shortly. Okay, so over here it just says success. Okay, so I can show it to you. It just says success. Okay. So, hold up. Let me go now to my admin thing. Yeah. So we go to my admin thing. Where is it? And sure enough, it appeared over here. Okay, so now I just need to make sure, because it generated a token, right? And I need to make sure that this token never expires, right? So I really have no idea what is going to happen when I'm, disable key expiry. Oh my God, see, this is what I meant. This is what I meant. Like, you know, when you're asking me like, why not open VPN or something? This is so user-friendly. This is insane. Disable key expiry. That's it. Okay, so now I can actually either connect via this IP, or I can just use COB, because I went to DNS and I enabled this magic DNS thing, and it just automatically does this. I can also go here and I can edit machine's name, and it says this machine is accessible as COB using magic DNS, right? So if I change this, right? So if I go like this, and if I change this, I will be able to SSH with whatever I call it. Okay. So now I'm gonna go over here again. I'm gonna do that. So I'm gonna open my, like on my local machine, I'm opening my SSH config again, right? And instead of the IP, I'm writing this, right? Like this, right? So now over here, like this is what I did. So now there is no IP, right? So I'm gonna save this. And if I do that, it's connecting now over VPN. And if I go out, it logs out. And if I go over here again, And if now I can remove all of this so that I can show you what I just meant, right? So if I now connect via VPN to COB, and it's going to ask me blah, blah, blah. This is the VPN IP, right? So this is not the static one. This is this one, which is, there's no harm in showing this to you, okay? I'm going to go yes, edit, blah, blah, blah. I'm connected. And now when I'm going to disconnect, instead of saying, hey, I disconnected from some IP, it's going to say I disconnected from COB. See? Connection to COB closed. Okay? So now for the last time, I just need to go and disconnect from that other one, which is over here, logged out. And that's it. So I believe, I'm almost 100% sure that this was the last time that I had to like hide it from you, right? Because now I can just go like this. I can get out. I can show you the SSH config. And there's like almost nothing in there, right? There's nothing secretive in there. And by the way, we could have also done it by editing the EDC shells, not the shells, EDC hosts, right? But I'm on WSL, right? And because I'm on WSL, like this stuff is actually being regenerated, right? This file was automatically generated. And look, a bunch of telemetry shit from Microsoft, because Microsoft, whatever, right? So theoretically, I could have gone here and I could have said, my static IP, space COB, and it would be fine, but it's auto-generated on WSL, so it would have been over it. Okay. So now that we're cool, we can start doing really, really normal things, right? Okay. So we go over here and we install Nix, right? So, well, actually, there's one more thing that I need to check, and I don't know, hold on. So I did this to see, my last hard drive, right? Like this hard drive. This one. I have already prepared it before, but just like because this is like sort of like a tutorial, I'm gonna run through it real quick as well. So before it looked like it had like, so this is the one with the 6 terabytes, right? So it looked like it had like 6 subpartition, and there was something about the rescue system, something about the RAID. So what I did was I followed again another DigitalOcean tutorial, which was this one. Right? And it basically says, okay, install parted, which is something that I'm going to do now. So I have to install parted. Okay, yes. Yeah, so then I did this, right? So dev SDA is pretty much my drive, right? So by running LSB, where am I typing? Okay, hold on. LSBLK, right? So over here, you see that this is the name of the drive, SDA, okay? So I ran this. So there's like GPT or MS-DOS. So I ran this, okay? Like this in the blah, blah, blah will be destroyed, and all data on this disk will be lost. Do you want to continue? I'm not sure about the label. I don't think we need I don't think I did the label. I don't think I did this. Oh no, I think I need to do this. Okay, so yes. Blah, 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 you may need to update FSTab, of course. So then I did this. So this pretty much says, let me zoom in real quick. So this says like pretty much setting the default optimal alignment type, which drive, make partition primary, the file system. And over here you would be able to say, okay, like from 10 megabytes to like 200 megabytes, but I want only one partition. So I go like this, okay? So Like, I don't really need to do this because, you know, it did it anyway, okay? So now if I run like lsblk, I should see this. And this is what I've been, you know, what I saw before anyway, right? So nothing changed, okay? So now I need to create a file system on a new partition, okay? So I copy this, I paste it, and I'm gonna call it, I'm just gonna call it data, not data partition. Oh, why not? Data partition. Data partition. Labels are not even required actually. I think I don't need the label. Okay, like this. Okay, so actually last time I changed the label. Yeah, good question. I will in a second. Okay, so I'm gonna say no, and I'm gonna go and copy this again, and I'm gonna use the same label. All right, yes. Creating journal, blah blah blah. Okay, so now I need to run this to get the ID of the disk. Writing blah. This shouldn't take long. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now I'm going like this, and I need this UID, and now I go into sudo edit etc fs tab. Well, actually, I also need to create a directory, mnt data. That's how I'm gonna call it. For now, let's go like this. And now I need to go into sudo edit etc fs tab. And oh, this is now okay. So I go like this, I paste it in there, and I just go like this. Dev md4, pretty much copy this thing, paste over here, just replace the ID, video ID. Okay. All right, like that. Okay, so I need to say where I'm going to mount it, and it's going to be mnt/data. And the tutorial says to use a 2 over here. I don't remember why. By the way, I didn't do -p. Maybe I should do that. All right. So, yeah, so changing etc fs tab, yeah, mnt data, and they say that 2 and the 2 signifies that the file system should be validated by the local machine in case of errors, but at the second priority after your root volume. Okay, so I'm like, yeah, whatever. So I guess it's going to be a 2. All right, so I go like this. Yes, enter, and I think that's it. I think we just need to reboot. Again, I'm a little bit paranoid. Hold up. Yeah, see how nice. It says like connection to blah, 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 closed and whatever. And this is a cool thing, right? So because we installed Tailscale, like when it's going to boot up, it's going to launch Tailscale. It's going to connect to the network. And so I never actually need the static IP. I will only need the static IP if there's some issues with Tailscale. Okay, so about the question, like, could you explain briefly technologies you're about to use? Example, why you want to use Nix and not just live with APT. Okay, so long term, I want to switch to NixOS. And as you know, baby steps, I started using Nix as a package manager, and we started using. I implemented the Nix shells at work, and we also run Nix on CI, and we could actually very easily run Nix on production, but we just haven't done it yet because it's not a priority. In fact, we actually had an issue that Nix would have prevented. It's actually crazy. Like, I'm gonna tell you the story in a second. I changed. We had reasons, but essentially we were running on GraalVM based on JDK 17, right? One day I switched to it, and a couple of weeks later, a colleague tells me like, "Hey, all of a sudden we cannot verify the signatures of the webhook events that we're receiving from one of our external services." And I noticed that, you know, on that day we switched to GraalVM. Like, what's up? And like, I told him to like locally reproduce it, and he spent like an entire day reproducing locally. And it turned out that it was not even the difference in the JDK version; it was the image for the GraalVM. There are two images. One is based on Oracle 7, the other one is based on Oracle 8, and we were in Oracle 8, right? And if we were in Oracle 7, it would have worked. And Nix would have solved this issue because Nix would have been, you know, it would have been the same one on staging and on production and everything, right? So version differences are so important, and yet many developers are not realizing it because usually somebody else takes care of it. So it's not even just that, like, that you need the same JDK version from the same vendor and whatever. It's also like the actual like freaking Docker image that is being built on it, right? So we're not gonna discuss like Nix too much this time, but the vision for Nix is to solve the problem of properly reproducible builds. Docker tried, Docker failed. So what Docker did is the so-called repeatable builds, but not reproducible, right? So like most of Docker images, you know, the description says, you know, sudo apt install something. It doesn't pin the versions. You can pin the versions, but it's not as good as in Nix and things like this, okay? So Nix is an awesome thing. And as a step towards it, I started using it as a package manager. And so just to learn it, to see if I can write my own packages and stuff. Now, without running an actual NixOS Linux distribution, you're very limited on what you can do with Nix, because basically you cannot do any things that require sudo, right? So you cannot install Docker with Nix. You can like the client, right, or the client of Redis, for example, or the client of Postgres, for example, but not the actual server, right? Like you could make it happen, right? But like by default, it's not what it's for. And so you're limited in that. Also, when you're on WSL, you're limited in the installation that you can run. We're actually going to do this in a second. I just want to make sure that I can, let me see. Okay, so I can like switch to MNT data, for example, right? And I can do like something like this. How do I do this? Does this work like this? Okay, it does. Okay. All right. So now let's try to do sudo change owner Vlad MNT data. All right. So now, nice. Okay. So it's all good. What? Okay. What just happened? What the hell was it? Anyhow. Okay, so does this answer your question? Feel free to keep the conversation going. I'll try to elaborate a little bit more. All right, so nixos.org. Oh, by the way, one other thing about automation. Like I synchronize my dotfiles and stuff, and I always thought about like creating like a script that would do all of this stuff for me that I'm doing now. But what I realized is that every time I'm trying to do something, it's always like slightly different. Like back in the day, I discovered Ansible, github.com, Agile Steel, right? And I wrote this Ansible role for a dev machine. Like as you can see, it's like 6 years ago. which is, Jesus, probably here. Yeah, so this is like a bunch of Ansible stuff to install a bunch of crap and stuff, right? Like my idea was like, hey, I'm gonna write it once, run it everywhere, and never have to like do what I'm doing right now manually, right? But what happened was that like a year later, like half of these apt repositories were not maintained anymore. There was a new version of Ansible that came out that, you know, was not backwards compatible. And also, like, I learned so much that like half of the stuff I didn't need anymore, and I replaced it with better tools. And so I was like, okay, I'm never gonna write like a full-blown script like this again. And then Nix came along. So the idea behind Nix, like if you do Nix properly, not like I'm going to do right now. Like I know that what I'm doing is not ideal, but for now it works for me, and I didn't have time to like properly set it up. Okay, if you do Nix properly, you will do everything completely declaratively, right? So basically, if you have like something like this but written in Nix, if you want to change anything in your system, you will be forced to change this file, and therefore you're going to be forced to keep it up to date, and therefore it's never stale, right? But this is not what we're doing today. Okay, so today we're using Nix as if it was like an absolute normal package manager like any other. I don't think that we're going to get to using Nix shells today. Okay, so if you go to like nixos.org/download, you click on Linux. There's two installations, you know, daemon and no daemon. The daemon is the one that requires root, and it's recommended. And over here, you see the pros and the cons. You have the build isolation, better security, because the build cannot write somewhere in your home. Sharing builds between users, which is not something that I care about in my case. But there are also cons. So it will run a daemon behind the scenes, sort of like a Docker daemon, but Nix daemon. It has a more involved installation, but you don't notice it as a user because there's a script that does everything for you. It says that it's harder to install, but it's not. It's like one line, right? It's either this line or that other line. If you're in WSL, you need to run this one, even though when you run this one inside of WSL, it will tell you that this installation is available. It is lying to you. It is not. Okay? So you grab this, paste it over here. Okay. Switch into the... It says, note, a multi-user installation is possible. I thought this was already... Yeah, okay. So this is just like a, you know, a weirdness of the installer. It basically warns you that it's going to do a bunch of shit to your system, and you're going to go like, are you cool? And you go like, yeah, I'm cool. Would you like to see a more detailed list? Right now I'm going to say yes, but actually I don't care. Okay, so this is all of the things that it's going to do. Okay, make sure that, you know, computer doesn't already have Nix files, create local user, blah, 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 just like whatever. Okay, and it's going to be like, yo, I'm going to need sudo a bunch of times, but instead I'm just going to ask you once, like, can I run sudo? Yes, you can. Okay, I don't know what that is, but like, yes. Okay. Okay, so it says like Nix won't work in active shell session until you restart them. Press enter, return to acknowledge. Okay, yes, fine. I'm gonna get out. I'm gonna SSH again. All right, so now we're gonna do something like which git is not installed, so I'm gonna Nix environment -ia, which stands for like install package via specifying an attribute. You can also do just -i, so you can do it like this, right? So you can do install git, but if you do instead like this, right, Nix packages.git, then it's unambiguous. So this one is more like an ID, right? So if you go like this, installing git, blah blah blah. Oh, by the way, another reason why I started using Nix is because for the last like 10 years or so, I have been only using LTS versions of Ubuntu, and the packages over there are extremely outdated. Okay, so if you do like sudo apt install git, you're not going to get 237.2. Okay, so which git, blah blah blah, it's all good. Okay. All right. Just like a super tiny like Nix tutorial. So this is not how you usually would do Nix, because what we're doing now is called like an imperative way of doing things, right? So I'm saying, okay, install this and then install that. So the way you do it in Nix, usually you would have a configuration file and you would say, okay, just apply this configuration file, sort of like with Kubernetes or, with all kinds of other things, okay? But in my case, it's totally fine. I have like a list of things to install and I just do the same thing. So in my case, it's fine. The only like downside is, again, you're not forced to maintain it. And therefore, like I have to do things manually like I'm doing now, okay? So before we continue, I would like to improve my experience a little bit. I don't want to have the bash shell. And I also want to run biobu inside of my box, right? I'm going to install ZSH via Nix, but it's the only reason I'm installing it via Nix is because, like as I already mentioned, like I started to use the Nix package manager to learn more about Nix, and I wanted to learn about the quirks around Nix. So for example, if you just do like sudo apt install ZSH, it will install properly, and you can do like change your shell to ZSH, and you're gonna have ZSH, right? If you do it with Nix, Nix has this philosophy of not just going and like dumping stuff into your like home folder, for example, right? And so it will not register itself as a valid shell. Let me show you what I mean. So if I do Nix packages ZSH, right? If I go sudo edit etc shells, you're going to see that ZSH is not there, right? So it didn't just go and register itself. And so if I'm going to change my default shell to ZSH, if I'm going to try to SSH into the system, it's not going to be able to find it, and I'm going to be locked out. Okay, so what I need to do is I'm going to go out real quick, and I'm going to say which ZSH, right? And I'm going to copy that. And I think I need T to like pipe it to the file. So I'm just going to open it again like this, and I'm just going to paste it over here like this. Okay, I'm going to get out. Yes. Okay, so now if I'm gonna like change shell to, which ZSH, and I'm gonna change it for, for me, right? Then if I open another thingy and I SSH into my box, it's gonna be ZSH now, right? And now it's gonna say like, hey, there's no dot profile and all of this stuff. So do you want to continue? Blah blah blah. So I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say 0, just created. Okay, so ta-da, like this is ZSH. Okay, I'm also gonna install all my ZSH, and I have never tried to install it with Nix, so I'm actually gonna try to install it with the regular way, and I know that it's gonna work. I actually have a bunch of like install scripts. So if you go to install.devinsider.com/ZSH, for example, you're going to find like a bunch of these repositories. So I'm going to open this one, this one, this one, and this one. So if I go to install.zsh, like this script is pretty much copy pasted from the README of all my ZSH. If I just dump it over here, as you can see, it helped that I already had Git, right? So now I'm running on my ZSH. Let's get out and get out again. SSH, COV. Ta-da. Okay, so we're running the show. All right, so I also need to install a couple of plugins, because in a second we're gonna start using my dotfiles, and they will need like these plugins. So ZSHZ, which is that one. Syntax highlighting. So we're just installing them, but we're not using them. Only once we get my ZSHRC, only then we're gonna start using them. Also started using the power level 10K. Power. Let's copy that, throw it in. All right, So before I install Biobu, let's actually get my .files. Do I need to do this, or hold on? So if I go to my like .files.devinsider.com, they're over here. So I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna clone them with SSH, right? Because I have agent forwarding. Okay, so I'm just gonna do this. So, and I'm gonna do like, actually I can do G, right? Because I'm already using ZSH, G clone instead of GitHub clone. Ta-da, like this. Yeah, sure. Hello, GitHub. Okay, so we have my .files, okay? In order to manage them, I need Stove. Actually, at this point, inside of my .files, I have a folder called setup. So this was my pathetic attempt to create something declarative, okay? So if I have this, right? So if I run the script, I'm sorry, it will go into this file, and this file contains a list of a bunch of things that I want Nix to install, right? So if I, well, actually I'm gonna go, I don't even know how I can I do edit? Can I just do edit? Okay, right, whatever. Nix env -ia nix packages .neovim. All right, so if I go like nvim, no, not this, nvim install, no, nvim nix packages, okay? So this is just a list of a bunch of stuff that I want to have installed. Let me think real quick. Do I ever use? I think I don't. Okay, so I'm not gonna need the AWS. Oh, okay, I'm in Vim. What am I doing? No, I'm not. Yeah, I am in Vim. So hold on. I'm pressing stuff. Nothing is happening. All right. Okay. So ASCII quorum, yes. BAT, yes. Bottom, yes. C matrix short. Delta, yes. DRNV, yes. Doppler, yes. Stuff, FT, Figlet, FX, FCF. GitHub CLI, Git, I already have Git, but whatever. Glow, Graphiz, IP fetch. I'm gonna remove IP fetch. But IP fetch is cool. I'm gonna show it to you in my in WSL, right? So this is me in my WSL. So if I go like this, it's really cool, right? I love CLIs. Okay, so we don't need IP fetch. We don't need K9S because I have it in the Nix shell. I don't need keychain on this one. I don't need kube control. Last lolcat mosh. I don't need mosh here. NCDU, yes. NeoFetch, NeoVim, we already have NeoVim, so I'm gonna remove NeoVim. Remove Git because I already have it. NixDRNV, speed test, ripgrabber, recall, SL, stove, Sublime. We're not gonna need Sublime here. TIG, tree, we already have ZSH. Okay, so I'm gonna get out of here. So now if I run this like setup, what's it called? Seed install, right? So now it installs like all of this stuff, right? And the actual script is not like that crazy. Okay, so this is an issue because I should have stoved my Nix config files before, which allows an installation of unfree packages. Okay, so I think for now I'm just going to do this one. And I'm going to run this again. Are you guys still in here? Because I know it's getting super late for a lot of you. I can never trust this thing. It says like 2, but I've seen it like being at 0 and like, you know, I was still talking to people and stuff. All right, so it's gonna install a bunch of stuff. It might actually take some time. So do you guys have any questions so far? Any new questions? Interesting. Nice. Are you going to use NeoVim for development? In the future, yes. I just never have time to like configure it to my standards. All right, so all of this stuff was now installed, and I can actually like throw out my changes here. So if I do nix env-q, like all of this stuff is now installed. So will I use NeoVim for development? On this remote machine, not in the near future. So the thing is that like I'm in Brazil, this machine is in Finland, and I'm getting a little bit of input lag. I'm going to use VS Code for remote development, but inside of VS Code, I'm embedding NeoVim, right? So I kind of use NeoVim, and it does it in such a way that it feels like you're developing locally. So when you type, there's no lag, because after you save, it just like synchronizes and stuff. But eventually I want to set it up like properly. Like I really like NeoVim. Like I just don't have time to like set it up. In fact, I want to create a Nix flake for, I can actually show you something really cool. Check this out. So I am right now in this directory, right? Yeah, exactly. Listen, I'm in this directory, which is like my dotfiles, okay? Check this out. If I go to github.com/gvolpe, okay? Not com. Okay. So, and I go to repositories, and I search for here, NeoVim flake. There you go. Damn it. Okay. So this is a flake that I can just like literally do this, right? I've never used Cachix. So Cachix is a Nix caching thingy, like an external service. Cachix. All right. This doesn't have permission to configure binary cache. So you can either, unless you go to configure them globally. Yeah, I guess I want to do this with sudo. I think I typed it wrong. Oh, come on. Okay, we're not going to do that. So we're just going to do that. Right. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Yeah. And by the way, NeoVim is going to have a remote thing as well. Right, it already started doing some of it. Hold on. I need, at the very least, I need to go into my stove directory, which is inside of my .files. And I need to do stove something like this, Nix, okay? Never seen this before. Okay, maybe we should start with my ZSH stuff. Because I don't remember ever needing to set this locally. I don't have language. Do I have LCO? No. And lang CUTF-8. Yeah. All right. Set. LCO. Unset. There we go. First related to list what locales currently defined. Okay, there you go. All right. Oh, okay. So I guess I can. I guess I can just set them to the same thing. But where do I do? Like, what is the best place to do this? Like, why would I need to do this in my, I don't know, ZSHRC or some stuff? Okay. Missing locale, reconfigure locales to take notice. Locale gen, okay, this one. $250 did not work for me. Okay, so this is a good place, right? Okay, so let's go here. Okay, so it's root. Okay, so this is where it is. Great. So we just go like that. Like that. Like that. Let's also use strings here. There we go. Yes, yes. Okay. Now let's try that stove thing again. Okay, so I think I need to apply it somehow. Maybe I need to like reconnect or something. Don't forget to log out and relog in. Yeah, that's what I thought. All right. What is here, by the way? Yeah, okay. Okay, so cd stove, cd dotfiles, stove. Okay, and what we were doing before was this. Okay, look. So we also need language. Okay, so we had lang. Okay, language. Come on, like, what do you want? Like, because now they're all set, right? So maybe we need to go to this etc environment thing after all. All right. Maybe I should do like an actual reboot instead of just like killing the SSH connection stuff, because it saw the changes. It saw the changes, but it didn't help. Okay, let's just try. Oh dear Lord. Why are there commas, by the way? Do you guys see this? Like, why were there commas? Where did those commas come from? Or is it because I copied it from the output? Okay. All right. Let's see what this thing does. Yes, yes. Okay, get out. Go back in. Ridiculous. Stuff. Let's try a reboot. Software these days. Don't forget to hit the like button, guys, so that more people stumble on the stream. Are you sure that the commas were in the file? I think that the commas were in the output of Stove. We'll see in a second. Come on, today. All right, so dotfiles Stove. Okay, so this one also adds a couple of more. Let's actually read the error message. Maybe this is not actually installed, like it's selected, but it's not installed. Like that thing said to like try to install it. Like that thing. Maybe I need that. No. All right, so. So LCO overrides everything. Do we have LCO? I think we do, right? Yeah, we do. We have LCO in SUTF-8. See, like the comma's coming from here, not from the file. What was it? Sudo edit. No, not this one. This one. Yeah, so there are no commas here. Let's add these ones. Okay, so maybe it's because of DSH. I also need to do that. Okay, maybe log out now. This is so annoying, like, because without it I cannot get my dot files. Stuff. It finds all of them, right? Also, it's just a warning, right? Yeah, but I think I did something like this, right? Like, yeah, there it is. It's like it's there. Right? Oh, look, it's lowercase utf. Do you think this and there's no hyphen? Why is it like that? Why me? All right, so it was like this, UTF-8. All right. All right, we'll probably need to get back out, but let's try our luck. Okay, let's get out. Come on. What should we do about these ones? Should we, oh, by the way, there should be like no spaces. This is ridiculous. By the way, maybe there's something I'm thinking now. Maybe there's something that like oh my ZSH generated. No, there's nothing in there. All right, so let's go back out. Let's go back in. What is the thing that you posted before? CC, okay. Oh, yeah, so you just want, okay, okay, so it's all good. So you accidentally posted that, okay. In which file? In the environment file? Doesn't know about UTF-8. So maybe Yeah. Yeah, so it's an SSH issue, right? So he's talking about like SSH deconfig, which has like that stuff. Older host from a newer desktop machine. So let's go and see what we have in there. I typed it wrong. Yeah, it's here. On the older, set the language environment variable in your shell's initialization file. Modify environment on the client side. So maybe I need to set it on my local machine. Okay, so there's a couple of solutions. I don't know which one is better. I think I need to do this because we... Hold on. Want to set the system violars. Oh, by the way, this is what I was looking for before. Reloading the service. Okay, it says that we can do this. I kind of like this. Because like this way I could set my locale in my SSH config for all hosts. And then I would connect and it would use all of them. Let me try this. Before I comment, like if I comment this out, I'm sure it's gonna work, but I don't wanna do this. So first of all, sudo edit etc environment. So let me grab all of these, okay? I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna open my config and I'm gonna say that for all hosts, I'm gonna do this crap. Well, not like this. Oh, come on. Oh, star. Yeah, like that. Okay, so what is the syntax? He said to do like set env. So he wants to do like that. Maybe like this one is going to be enough. Lang equals C. Which one was there in the... So let me remove that. Like ideally I wouldn't want to modify all of these things. All right, so like that. So it was like at the very bottom, right? Like which one was it? So it was lang. So it's about lang. Yeah, so let's just do, oh Jesus. Let's do it like this. Now I don't know if I should do like with the hyphen or not. Let's try it like this. What was the other one? What was the other file? This one. I think it only had language there. Yeah. Yeah, so let me remove all of that. I think this file contained this first line, the first line, like this, right? So let's leave it untouched. Okay, so blah, blah, blah. Again, let's go like this. Okay, so let's try. That's a smart move, but now it's gone. Oh no. Ah. Let's try. Hold on, what was the command again to check what I have installed locally? Locale-a, right? Because maybe over here I have, no, I have the same one. It's literally this one. Maybe this has precedence somehow. Maybe I need it like this. Starting to fall asleep here. All right, guys, I'm giving up. So we're going into this freaking... What was it? etc ssh sshd config. And somewhere at the very bottom, we were like... Nope. Nope, like this. Okay, and so I need to do this reload, right? Sudo service ssh reload or something like this. Let's hope that it worked. Sorry. I'd be damned. Why does it still say this shit? Let's freaking reboot. And while it reboots, we're gonna keep reading stuff. And also I'm gonna go here, and this time I'm gonna comment it out. Why do they always say like C? What's C? What does semen mean? We're gonna try this thing after this. No need to check what. By the way, all of this stuff is a warning anyway, but it's just ridiculous. I don't want to have this warning. What the hell? Okay. So let's try language equals C. Obviously not like this. Oh, okay. Thank you. Still, it doesn't eat it. Was it like this? Okay, like this it worked. So it just wants to have this language, C. Which is what it does anyway, because it's a warning. Yeah, you're right. It's better to ignore, and eventually we'll figure it out. And probably like maybe if I actually run this, all right? So if we do like nix, and I'm gonna remove my .zsh rc, and I'm gonna do the same thing with csh, which did all of that stuff. So now if I go like this and I connect like that, hold on actually real quick, because I don't know what it's gonna show me. Okay, so now it wants me to run through the power level 10K installation, but I shouldn't need to do this because quit and do nothing. Hold on. I think the issue is that I put the power level 10K into a separate thing, and it's not in ZSH. So P10 is there? No. Okay. So if I go, yeah, here. Yeah, see, I put a P10K into a separate thing. Okay, so Control R now does something proper. Okay, so P10K. There we go. Get out, get in. All right, it's starting to look like my machine. All right, so now we can do sudo apt install Biobu. -y. Actually, we can next packages tmux. Maybe it's not a good idea. I think it's not a good idea. It should be just tmux. All right. So I actually have a script for installing Biovo because it contains. Hey, what's up, man? How's life? And it does a little bit, a couple of things a little bit special. So it does that. And it puts it into etc shells and stuff. So let's go. All right, so now I'm going to do Biobu enable. Well, the steps are, you have to watch this thing from scratch, man, because we've been here for over 2 hours at this point. So I'm going to enable Biobu. So now when I'm going to SSH, it's going to start Biobu, and I'm afraid again that it will show me my IP. So hold up like this. It does not show the IP. Great. All right. So now I'm going to do a Shift 12 to disable the keys in my Biobu. And I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do Z stove. Oh, it's so good when my things start working again. Okay, so over here we have tree Biobu. What is it? -a? Yeah. So they're like these files. So if I were to like stove Biobu, right? It will tell me that these targets exist. And so what I need to do is I need to go into Biobu. So I need to like remove these files. So I need to remove .tmux.conf, color.tmux, and datetime.tmux, and status. And right after this, I need to symlink them, right, like this. So enter here, F5. Okay, so now we have my .files for Biobu. Okay. The only thing that I need to change is this one. This is unfortunately not something in my .files. I'll change it in a sec. Well, no, I should change it now. Okay. So this is in, oh, by the way, now, no. Very important. I need to stove, by the way, I have an alias stove th, which does exactly what I've been doing all the time. So if I do stove th, and I need nvim, right? So now if I go like sudo edit, it's like user lib biobu time UTC, it will finally be neovim with some crap. Something didn't load. Something is not working. See, that's what I meant, like my Vim stuff is messed up. I think I need to do something like this. I'm just trying to like remember and build essentials. Sound like this? Essential. Okay. Also, command not found dons, really? Oh, because I also need to stove th bash. Actually, I might as well do, what else? That. Loop. Bottom. During V, I don't even remember what I have there. FD GH get, very important. HTOP PSQL, why not? Shell, I don't remember what shell is, but okay. I trust myself. Okay. So it's only these ones. Okay, I think like everything is already stored. Okay, so maybe now I can do sudo edit that. Okay. Cannot find color scheme 1/2 dark. Okay. I really don't remember. By the way, what happened to me? I wanted to show you this flake. What happened to that flake? It didn't work because of some... because of Nick's stove, and then I forgot. Okay, we'll do it later. Okay, so first of all, if I do GL, how do I pull submodules? Git pull submodule. Recursive. All right, hold on. Something is like slow. Where? No, this is not that one. This is not that IP. It's a different IP. This was the GitHub IP. But thanks. So why is it just like laying in here? This is my changes, my stuff. See, now we know that my dot files are broken as hell. Dots. I'll see Vim. Okay, let's try to open it with Vim. Okay, so it says an init Lua. Can't even open it. It said in line 1. Okay, so I guess it's an init old. Plugins and colors. I really don't remember how I did it. So let's look into plugins, then let's look into colors. Plugins, config. Oh, I remember. I am still using the plug and yeah, there we go. I remember I couldn't switch the theme to Packer. And so I kept Vim plug only for 1/2 dark. And I think it's gonna work fine now. Okay, this is much better. So now I can do Packer sync, right? No, why? Packer update? Oh, we're getting so close. You need Lua 12. Okay, let's for now go Now it goes like nvim tree and so on. I think I need to remember how to install packer and nvim packer. Do I need to clone it? Really? Is that the issue? My cats are starting to make noise. Hold on. So I'm now on my local machine. So is there like dot local, what was it? Share nvim, and inside of it, is there like a packer? Oh my god, it is. I did not remember that I need to do this crap manually. Oh my god. There we go. Fuck my life. What? Oh no, this is fine, I think. Yeah, this is fine. Except for the fact that this file is empty. Why is this file empty? What the hell? Why is this file empty? Yeah. Yes, bat something. Man. That's what I meant. Like my Vim is like horrible, you know? So one day I'm gonna set it in such a way that it's gonna be one command. In fact, remind me to show you the flake like a couple of minutes from now. Like once I get this thing running, I'm gonna show you the flake. Bat cache build. Why does it say that there are changes? I can't look at the changes. What? Did I do did I do delta? Is there delta? No, but there's bat. Come on. There's themes. There's space gray. It's empty. That's what I meant. Like this is a submodule, and I don't remember how to grab it. Maybe I still have it in my... What was it, like git submodule? Let's see, git submodule. Maybe I need to do this, updating it. Was it like this? Yes, there we go. Yeah, that's what I needed. Okay, so now I should be able to... Come on! What was this bad cache thing? Okay, it's working now. Okay, so what is my actual, what did that change? So it created a new thing in stove and vim packer.nvim. Why? Why did it add all that stuff here? Hold on. Maybe if I just like, maybe if I just like throw it out, everything will still work. Just throw it out. I probably fucked everything up again. Okay, so I think we're good. But still, if I open like init Lua. Okay, there we go. The content is back. Okay, cool. Jesus. Okay, so what did I want to do? I wanted to do sudo edit like that thing ages ago. And like this is normal that it like, fuck, whatever it was saying. Like it mostly works now. Okay, so now I just need to compare it with user lib beoble time UTC. Damn it. All right, so there were no warnings, by the way. So this should say just, actually maybe I can just grab this and paste it here. Of course not. That would be way too easy. So I'll just type it. I think it's gonna be faster. So this thing changes the, come on, it's supposed to be $. It changes the color of that thing here. There you go, 0.20. And I need to do a similar thing to network. Okay, what does it say? LSP saga. Whatever. Yeah, so somewhere over here. By the way, guys, we're pretty much done, finally. Obviously, there were like issues, and this locale thing bothers me a little bit, but one day I'll figure it out. I have no idea how I did it in the beginning. I think I didn't have like, so there's this I that I need to put over here. And instead of M and W. I need to do $BO dark and BO light. And I can grab them now. Paste them here. Yeah. Okay, so now we can do something like speed test. I accept. Yes, I accept. Yeah, so see over here, the colors are cool. It's not going to tell me my IP, is it? Hold on. No, it doesn't. Okay. So, okay, just to run this speed test, we use like almost 2 gigs. So it's good speed. Good enough. All right, so we're done with BO, but we're done with a lot of things. Do I have Java? I don't have Java. Grabbing. That's what I need. By the way, 2:33. So this is, I guess, Finland time? No, it's not. What the hell is it then? Is it Germany time? Yeah, it is. Let's change time zone. All right, there we go. FCF. So, which time zone do I want? So usually when I run remote servers, I just put them into UTC. So let's do UTC. Ta-da! So this one and UTC is the same now. I did this Java thing, right? So I should have Java version. Ta-da! Okay. Actually, I'm gonna start using Nix for SBT as well. Okay, so are you guys still here about the flake? Remember the flake? Oops, sorry, stop. Okay, so if I go to my hold up. Yeah, so if I go to some folder like my dots, right, my dot files, okay, and I go to here, right? And I just paste this thing in there. So what's going to happen is that it's going to download a bunch of stuff, like almost like 2 gigs, right? And then it's going to launch NeoVim fully configured, completely independent of my configuration. And this is what I want to create in the future, right? So instead of like doing that horrible stuff that I was doing, which was my fault, by the way, but still, I will just be able to do something like this, and it will just like run NeoVim in my directory. Yeah. So if you're not familiar, Flake is sort of like a predefined format how to create like portable installation thingies. It's not given by default, but usually people who do Flakes, they pin all kinds of things. So you don't know Flakes, yeah. So so again, like Nix is trying to solve the problem of reproducible builds. And so shit, my cat is puking somewhere. I need to go clean it real quick. So the way it does is it basically says, okay, if you install something, it should come with everything that it needs. And it should have like all of the versions should be pinned, and you can have multiple of those things installed, right? So for example, like something requires like Java 7, another thing can require Java 8, and they can all coexist and stuff, right? And if you think about it, unless you're talking about services, when you're talking about like small tools like Bat or NeoVim or whatever, having a tool installed means having it like laying somewhere on your hard drive and then putting it on the path. And so Nix shell, which was technically designed to debug Nix packages, is designed in such a way that it can create a subshell and put like all the things that you want on the path. And then when you get out of the subshell, it's gone. And Nix Flakes is just the next iteration of this. It's like more of a format of how to like bundle everything properly. Instead of doing whatever you want, it gives you like a template kind of thing. Okay, so what's happening over here is that obviously it downloads a bunch of stuff and puts it into my /nix/store. But it's sort of like, it treats it more like a cache. It's not like in my global path or anything, right? It's just that it does this all, like it does all of it just to like make this tiny thingy work, okay? I'm gonna go clean up what my cats did, and you can watch this thing for now, real quick. I'm not gonna enable the BRB screen. I'm just gonna disable the microphone real quick. All right. So as you can see, it launched this like new Vim instance, and it ignored all of my dot files, which is why we don't see like any error messages or anything, right? And it's like completely configurable, works out of the box. If I get out of it, right? If I do this same thing again, like everything is cached, so it just goes like this, right? And like obviously, like I need to know like the key bindings and whatever, but like let's open some file. I don't know, bat themes. No, not this one. Config. Okay, well maybe something bigger. I don't know, ZSH, Z profile. Okay, maybe again something really. My cat is puking again. Jesus. Here it's ZSHRC. Okay, bigger file. You know, like theme is configured. Everything is configured, right? I mean, obviously the font is like mine. I guess. Right. So I could I could have like yeah, like I could have like this thing, and then you would watch me like doing stuff, and you would be like, hey, how did you do this thing? And I would just give you this one line, and you would have exactly the same thing. All right, let me check again what you did, and this time I'm gonna enable the be right back screen if I find the button. There we go. All right. You guys still here? All right. So, it's getting kind of late. So the goal is to at least run some Scala thingy. So I've recently tried to install Corsair and it failed. And Corsair really frequently fails to download its own installer. So I have decided that I'm gonna install Corsair via Nix because it is published. I think it's just called Corsair, which is 210 M5 and Scala Corsair. Because not everything is published in Nix, like in the Scala ecosystem, and I might do this at some point. Okay, so the last one is like 210 M6. Yeah, actually not that far off. Okay, so now I should be able to do CS install Jitterid. This might actually be everything that I need for now. You can also go with Ammonite. So we can run Ammonite. Oh, okay, hold on. I need to do this. Okay, so now it's gonna work. Yeah. Because, so I have in my ZSHRC, I have a line that says if you have Corsi installed, you know, then put its then put its folder in the path. And I just installed it, so I needed to like create another thing. Okay, so it works. So 1 + 2. I really don't like this song. Hold on. What do you guys want to listen to? Let's go with lo-fi. It's getting kind of late, so let's go with lo-fi. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I need something that is DMCA free. Okay, so I have an alias over here that does this. It downloads like one of my install scripts, like if I give it a name, right? So I have, for example, I have like this thing, right? So instead of like copying this and pasting it there, I can just do DIY install DIY G8. Okay. So now if I take a dev folder and I go DIY G8, I don't have gum. Why don't I have gum? It was not in my list. Hold on. See, this is what I meant in the beginning. Like for those of you who have been here from the beginning, because I'm doing things imperatively, I'm not forced to go and update my stuff, right? So now I'm actually gonna remember, you know, and I'm gonna go into Nix packages, and I'm gonna put gum in here. Gum, there we go. Sort. Yeah, there we go. And I'm gonna commit it. So zdev, this is where we were. It's hanging a little bit. I don't know why. I don't like that it does this sometimes. Could be the VPN, I don't know. Okay, so DIY G8. Okay, so we're gonna try a Scala 3 seed. We're gonna call it playground. Tab inside you, tab inside you. Playground. You need git repo, yes. Launch SBT, yes. Okay, so this is something that takes some time usually. All right, running the tests, running the thing. Ooh, I hate this, and this is like one of those locale things. This is one of those like locale SSH blah blah blah. This is like, we need to fix this at some point. These should be like hyphens. What was it, like lang equals, what was it? It was like this, right? UTF-8, right? Let's try like this. Hold on, I was in the wrong folder. By the way, this is my custom prompt that shows the SBT version. This video is coming out this weekend. Yeah, good idea. Yeah, so if I do this thing, right, like it should technically look better, right? No, it doesn't. I hate this. And this is the first time that I installed SBT via Nix. Well, technically that's not true, because at work we use the Nix shell. But let's try it out real quick. So let's go Nix environment, remove SBT, and let's go cs install SBT. Okay, let's open another thing just in case. And let's go like SBT. No, okay, good. So that's not it. Anyway, so I'll figure this out some other time. Do you think there's something in swap? Really, I don't have htop. God damn it. But I'm not using swap at all. And like in general, like I'm using like 300 megs out of my 64 gigs. So I have no idea how to do this. But let's not worry about it for now. Like these freezes are not my biggest concern for now. So like this locale thing actually kind of bothers me. Okay. Yeah, no, thanks. Okay, one thing that I want to do is I want to add it. So I want to be able to open this this project in VS Code remotely. For this, I need to first basically look in here. Well, actually, I don't need to have anything from here. So what I want to do is I want to add it mntc users me .ssh config. Okay, so hold on, I'm gonna do this real quick. Okay, so there's nothing secretive in there. So as you can see, like this is exactly what I'm doing for my EC2 instance. In fact, I should not specify the user there because, or maybe I do because I'm connecting from Windows. So I'm going to put it here. Okay, so essentially I copy this thing, paste this thing over here, and this is going to be COB, and this here as well. This here as well. All right, save that. So now if I'm going to open VS Code, but I don't know what it is going to open because it might try to connect to remotely to my EC2 instance, and I don't want that. So let me open it real quick. No, it doesn't. It's opening something else, so it's all good. Okay. Yeah, whatever. So I can do new, add new SSH host. Not need to add it, right? I can just say connect to host, and now I can say COB. It's Linux. I continue. So now I need to open my key. Make sure I close this one behind the scenes. All right. Yes, okay. So, and now I can open the folder called dev playground. Okay. So there's no SSH forwarding in Windows, and there's I didn't configure it, and there's a way to configure it. But I know there's something inside me that doesn't want to do this because there's a security risk behind, SSH agent forwarding and stuff. And so what I usually do is I use, again, a really cool feature in Tailscale, which allows me to SSH without SSH keys. The downside of that is that if I open the terminal, then inside of VS Code, I cannot do like a git fetch or something like this, right? Because there's no SSH agent forwarding. But it's not a big deal for me. I have behind, I have my Biobu, so this is what I'm going to do. So for now, I need to install Metals. Install over there. That way, I also want to have Loop. What was it? Playground? Yeah, import to build. All the logs. While it does this, I also want to have a couple more extensions. One is reload. Another one is error lens, which is this one. And there is a disable ligature is that one. Yeah. All right. So if I open the main file now, by the way, notice that I'm using Vim key bindings, right? So it's all new Vim, and it looks like it's all working. So if I go like this, I just pressed F5. I'm waiting for it to run. Yeah. So the same thing was a weird locale thing. Example suite. Hello world. Okay. So one of the things that I want to solve is okay, so if I go to reload, right, it's going to ask me again about my key. And if you do this all the time, it's annoying as hell. Okay, so Tailscale has a cool feature called, I think it's just called Tailscale SSH. And I think all I need to do is I need to run, I need to do this, right? So I just run this command. Your connected over Tailscale section will reroute SSH traffic to Tailscale station, will result in your session disconnecting. To skip this warning, use accept risk, lose SSH. Okay, so we're gonna open another session just in case. And we go accept risk, lose SSH. Okay, we need sudo. All right. I've never heard of this. I'm interested. Proxy jump. Okay, where do you get this proxy server from? Okay, I'll check this out later. Hold up a second, guys. I use a tool called TickTick for to-dos. I can highly recommend. I have a referral link actually. If you go to ticktick.devinsider.com, ticktick.devinsider.com, you're gonna get a referral thing. Yeah, so I'm already ticktick.devinsider.com. Yeah, it's free, but they have like a premium thing. Oh, that's interesting. So it's basically like a tiny hack thing. Okay, so anyway, like it disconnected me, I think, everywhere. And so now if I go over here, admin console, as you can see over here, it says SSH. So now if I go like this, first of all, there was Biobo there, so I'm connected to exactly my, my session. Yeah, and that's why, like, I did it wrong before. I opened another tab. I open it there. Okay. Anyway, so this works now, which means over here, if I reload now, it will ask me about like adding a new host. Hold on, I'm worried about the IP again. It didn't ask me anything. So see, like I'm here, right? And now I can reload and it doesn't ask me anything because it connects via this Tailscale SSH thing. I freaking love Tailscale. Like, as you have seen, like it requires like zero knowledge about like configuring stuff, right? It's like everything is configured, everything just works. It's phenomenal. In fact, like everything is kind of already working the way I want it to work, except for this locale thing, right? I'll figure out this locale thing some other time, probably not on stream. But what I really want to do now is I want to tell you guys about Resilio Sync. Unfortunately, I cannot show this to you because there's a bunch of like private stuff. So it's a thing over here. So if I'm gonna run it, so as you can see, like behind the scenes, there's like a folder, right? So yeah, it's very simple. So you cannot see this, but like I'm hovering with the mouse. So you see, this is a list of folders that I'm synchronizing with a tool called Resilio Sync. Okay, it used to be called BitTorrent Sync. Let me show it to you. Resilio Sync. I want to go to the main webpage, right? So Resilio Sync, okay? So you go there and you go to products, sync home for personal use, okay? And then you go to free download, right? And then you say, okay, it's only for home. Okay, it downloads the Windows thing, but I don't want the Windows thing, right? So it's like Dropbox or Google Drive or whatever, right? But there are no accounts and there is no cloud, and it's all peer-to-peer, right? So if you have, 5 computers, and also you don't have like on Dropbox, for example, everything has to be in this root folder, right? You have selective sync, but still everything has to be in this root folder. Over here, it doesn't need to be. It's a list of, you say, hey, somewhere over there, I have a folder, it generates a key for it. You can share it with your friends and all of that stuff, right? So what I want to do now is, because I haven't, like, you have seen it over here, right, in my tail scale, right? So I have this NAS in Germany, right? But as you can see, it was offline at 5 p.m. and it's because I set it up in such a way that, like, I'm in Brazil, 5 p.m. in Brazil is 10 p.m. in Germany. So I set it up in such, because it's in the living room of my mother, right? In Germany, my mother's living room. And so I set it up in such a way that it goes off at 10 p.m. in Germany and it goes back on like at 8 a.m. or something, right? And like these days, like for this YouTube channel, I'm working together with a video editor, with a designer, and we're synchronizing, like we have a folder with all of this stuff, right? And sometimes, they put something in the folder, but like all nodes are offline and it creates some friction. So now that I have this thing with 6 terabytes of storage, I'm going to set it up there. It's going to be another node because everything is peer-to-peer. And the way it works on Linux is that it exposes an HTTP user interface, right? So pretty much like go to some other route. And this is one of those things that doesn't work remotely, right? So unless, you expose the ports and whatever, right? But we're inside of Tailscale, right? So we're inside of a VPN. So everything is just going to work, right? So we need to figure out how to install it on Linux. And then we have UFW, so maybe we'll need to open the port. Okay, so again, personal use, free download. How can I change the OS? Oh, there we go. Jesus, got scared. Welcome, Sean. So I guess it's an x64 system. How do I, hold on, install guide. I guess it's an x64, right? Oh, come on, no. So I can just go like sudo apt install. All right, fine. Okay, copy link. wget that thingy. And debian package -i that thingy. Sudo. All right. So what do I need to do then? User with minimum privileges for security reasons. Enable automatic startup. Yes, we definitely want that. Okay. You need to synchronize files owned by current user. Just add the user to group of your current user and ensure read-write permissions for the mentioned group for the folder to be synced. For example, okay, so this is going to be Vlad, right? And I will add also me to the group. Yeah, it makes sense. All right. So this is going to be me. This is going to be me. Okay, so this folder, like I'm going to give it like to the whole like MNT data. So what is G? So RW is read write. Oh, it's a group read write. Okay. I don't remember what this symbol means. Okay, so hold on. Okay, so MNT belongs to root, which is fine, right? I guess it's fine if I just do this for data. It actually has it. No, it doesn't have the right. Okay. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, MNT0 is full, correct. Which is fine. Because we're gonna have like things inside of data anyway, right? So is this actually a problem? So if I give somebody a write access to data and then inside of data I have like 5 folders, they automatically can write to those as well, right? Is this how it works? Probably no. Yeah, okay. Okay, well, I guess then I guess we'll do like a recursive, right? Like is there something like this? Like that? Is it a capital R? It is capital R. Okay, so I guess we'll need to do something like this, right? Later, once we create the folder. So we're gonna take data. I'm gonna call it BT sync. Oh, it's doing another freeze. I don't know why. Like occasionally it does this freeze. Okay, and then inside of it we're gonna have dev inside you, which is gonna be this one folder. Okay, and so now if I go back and if I do that, then if I go to, well, if I do LL, what? What? How did read disappear from this folder? So this is like me and then group and then everybody else, right? How did read disappear from here? Crazy. Change my, well, it's mine, right? So I should be able to do, oh jeez. Oh, you think this is what I did before was that thing? It's ridiculous. Nice. Okay. Okay, so I want this, right? So everything inside of data. So LL, CD data, LL, lost and found, hello. Don't care about lost and found. Video sync, LL. Okay. It's all good, right? So it's only me and the group can do everything. And other people can only read and can get in there, which is fine, whatever. All right. Now what? Oh. Why didn't it tell me this thing before? What's the sync thing? Is it some open source sync solution? Yeah. It's fine to run it as this user, right? I wish they had this thing before they told me to do that thing. Do you think I need to do that for the RLS sync? Okay, fine, whatever. Not now. So how do I run it now? I think it's already running actually. Oh yeah, there we go. So now we need to go to this and then /GUI. And I think I should be able to just put it here like this and replace COB. Like, remember we have UFW, so probably it's not gonna work like this, but maybe it will because it's VPN and stuff. Probably not. Okay, so we for sure need I don't think I need to. Also, I'm not 100% sure what it is. Hold on, I think I just need to open this port. Do I need to do I need to like reload it somehow? Hold on. How do I make sure that it's even running? I can curl it, right? Is that a good thing? I am. No, the thing is that like I want to be able to access it even when I'm not SSHing. Like, what does this mean? Is this thing running or not? It says that it's running. I think I need to like restart. Okay, netstat, what? NLP? No, why did I do NTL? You said NLP. My God, what is all that stuff? Okay, here. I think I need to reload like UFW rules somehow. Is there like a reload? How do I like reapply UFW changes? See you, man. Yeah, so like this is going to be recording. If you go to live.devinsidy.com, like you see the link to this whole thing, and then you can even watch it at double speed. Thanks for hanging out with us. Let's try this verbose thing. Okay. I think we need to like, what is this numbered thing? Status numbered. Okay, and how is this helpful? I think I need to reset. Do I need to like disable it and enable it again? I don't think I need to do this. Okay, let's see if this helped. If you need to delete them, you already know the number, but you download that step just as I was writing the comment. Okay. IP tables minus save. Hold on. IP tables minus save like this. Oh my god. And what is this? What should I look for there? Okay. Yeah. So it's there. Yeah, I already did. Like YouTube has like a 10-second delay thing. Maybe I need to. It should just work. Oh, hold on. Maybe I need to do like, I think maybe it tries like HTTPS by default or something. http://cob. Maybe I can just do like this without like /GUI. No. What do you mean? Oh, because of where though? Like I thought this is like what. So I did this thing already, right? So I have it on my NAS in Germany, right? And I set up tail scales there, and all of a sudden I could go to this thing. Let me try with the IP actually, real quick. So instead of the magic DNS, where's my? I'll just open it again. So let me take this. So you're saying that's localhost only, so won't listen on your VPN interface. Like, how do you know this? Like, how do I change this? I'm gonna reboot, not because I think that it's going to help, but because I just don't have any other ideas for now. In which config file? Of UFW, or what do you mean? Well, see, I didn't need to do this with my NAS that is in Germany. I just installed it. I just installed Tailscale, that's all. And then it just magically worked. Oh, I think maybe I had to open the port on the Tailscale side. I just don't remember it. Actually, also, hold on, give me a sec. My girlfriend just came back. I need to say hi. Technically my fiance these days, but you get the idea. Also, why can I not SSH anymore? Did I break everything, or am I just being impatient? I really hope that I'm just being impatient. Okay, now I'm concerned. Okay, it says connected. There you go. Okay. Oh. All right, so is it running? It is. There's also some sort of config. Do you think it's here? Oh, it says forced HTTPS. Maybe that's the issue. Hold on. Maybe this was the issue all along. That's it? Did it just say no? COB 8888/. Why is it like dying so fast? COB 8888/. Okay, hold on, I'll be right back. I'm gonna say hi because I think that I should do something on the Tailscale set, because on the NAS in Germany I didn't need to do this. I'll be right back, hold on. We're gonna figure this out. All right. So So let's go over here first. Like this is my NAS where like I don't know if I will be able to do anything here because it's off right now. Maybe I can go here. Let me try some, like I want to try something on the VPN side before I do this, okay? So let me go and see what I can do here. Hold on. Okay, so connect machines you can't install Tailscale. Okay, so this is not it. How do you know this? Like, how do you know what the config is on the NAS? All right, but again, let me click around here just a little bit before I try what you're seeing. Okay, hold on. So I'm gonna click on services. So I'm like scrolling down here, and I'm searching for like 8888. No, okay, so there's nothing there about this. DNS. No. Settings. Blah, blah, blah. Key expiry. Access controls. You might be right. All right, let's go try it. Okay. So all right, you should have led with that. All right, so you wanna go with like 0.0.0.0. All right. Okay, I guess I need to restart it, right? Okay. It's working. It doesn't enforce HTTPS because probably I need to do some stuff, but it's working. You're a magician, Mr. 15 years of expertise. All right, we got it. It's the web UI. You're hired. Okay, so username is gonna be, which one did I use? So I want to like use the same credentials as I used on my other one. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so okay, that's probably this one. So I probably used Agile Steel, and I'm just gonna use the same password, which I can, yeah, stars. Okay, so I'm gonna go like this, like that. Like that. Get started. Okay, so now Agile Steel, and I'm pasting this thing. All right, it's working. Yeah, newsletter, of course. All right, so now I need to open my own, which I don't want to show you guys. Also, I'm gonna close the door because my fiance is listening to something and it's loud. The problem with the closed doors is that I have cats. You close the door, they want to go in. You let them in, they want to go out. All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna open my own thing, and I have like a list of folders, which I don't want to show you, right? So I'm gonna add, no, I'm gonna go to like settings, identity, link device. Okay, link a desktop device manually. Okay, copy key. So I'm getting a key here. And I'm opening that thing. I'm doing a plus. So I click on plus over here, and then I do like enter a key or a link. I'm gonna post it here. Clicking next. It's searching. It's doing some stuff. Okay, default connect folder mode is going to be disconnected. So this means that basically if I add a folder, because they're all like kind of connected, if I add a folder, I don't want this node to like automatically start syncing. I don't want that. Okay. So continue. And hold on. I'm trying to find a way how I can change my identity here. It doesn't really matter. So what I'm doing here is I'm yeah, I didn't show it would show me the QR code. I didn't know it would show me the QR code. Well, actually I knew, but it really doesn't really, like, I didn't use the QR code. So over here, I want to say that the default location is going to be MNT data BD sync. Okay, and the same thing for the files. MNT data BD sync. Okay, but still ask blah blah blah. Okay, so I can change that stuff. All right, cool. So now I'm gonna go and select one of my folders. I just don't want to show you like all the folders that I have. So I'm gonna I'm choosing dev inside you, and I'm clicking like, you know, connect, and I have an option to select a selective sync, and it's gonna be inside of here, 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 here. Actually, hold on. I really don't remember. I think it's like this. Hold up. Okay, it's cool, it worked. Okay, so now I'm gonna filter here, only connected folders. Okay, so now I can show this too. So it shows that it's synchronizing, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so it shows that it's like 1.12 terabytes that it's gonna save like over there. It shows that there are 2 peers online, which is, this is my video editor's machine, and this is me currently here. And my local node I limited to hold on. I limited my upload, like I have 300 Mbit upload here, and so I limit it to around like 250 so that it doesn't block anything. So at some point, like this number over here should go to like 250 if we're lucky, if there's no like weird firewall thingy in between or whatever. It might take some time for it to gain the speed. I think actually this is it, guys. Like, oh, actually, since are you still here? Your nickname is Chris, right? Chris7472. So if you're still here, can you help me figure out one thing? While you were not here, we had issues with locales, right? So so over here, there's this thing, right? That I commented out to try to fix stuff, but I think it didn't fix shit. I use Stove to symlink my files. If I go here, so if I do Stove like this, for example, right, something, then this Perl script will tell me I'm still having these freezes, like it's weird. So you see these warnings, right? And I googled around and we tried a bunch of things, but none of it solved it. Like if I do like locale-a, like I have like, you know, UTF-8 and stuff, like how, like what is the best way to configure it? Like ideally I wouldn't want to change anything on this particular system. I would like to change my SSH config so that it transfers, you know, something like this, and then everything kind of works. Because I keep running, like this is just a warning, so everything still worked, right? But if I go to, for example, over here, this is a Scala project, and like the way I created it is that, you know, it's a hello world, but it prints out these are supposed to be like hyphens, right? So if I do the same thing on my local machine, right? So if I go like that, I'm creating an empty Scala project, right? Same thing, right? I'm also going to call it playground, blah, blah, blah. Yes. All right, so let's try that. Let me show you what I mean first, just so that we're on the same page. All right, so if I run this thing, this is like on my local inside of WSL and whatever. If I run it, it looks like this. Okay, and over here it looks like this, right? So these like this Unicode characters displayed like this. So if I wanted to do what you're saying, like first I would need to go to this file and remove this comment, right? So that it even accepts whatever I'm gonna do, you know, so that it even accepts what I'm doing in my config, right? Because you want me to do changes on my local SSH config, right? Not on that machine. Yeah, okay. Because like one of the tutorials was like saying, yeah, just remove this and then blah, blah, blah. Okay, so I need to reload it somehow, right? Like SSH reload, something like this? No? How does it work? How do I reload SSH? Reload SSH. By the way, look, it's getting up 40. Still not as high as it could be. system control reload SSH. Okay. All right. Was a sudo, of course. All right. So now on my machine, I go to SSH config. So yeah, so see, like I was trying to do like that stuff, none of it helped. So what should I put here? You want to do like a proxy command? Like what would that be? Like proxy command like this? And what's the value? Sure thing. Like I researched as well. I tried, like there were many things that I tried, but none of them like worked. And the thing is that like inside of WSL, I also don't have like any of them, right? So if I go like this, like if I echo, yeah, see, like I tried this before, echo lang. Oh, actually I do have this one, c.utf8. Interesting. I don't have this one. I don't have language. Oh, do you think it will help? Like that. Okay, well, I guess it didn't help because of this, or maybe it's too late. I don't know. Hold on. No, that didn't help. Also, I think we tried to do this, and that stuff also didn't help. Let me try that thing. Hold on. Yeah. Let me try this. Jesus. Okay, so this worked. So maybe all I need to do is c.utf8-8. At this point, I'm just gonna put it like into my ZSHRC. Okay. Let me change it back to SAT-env. Okay, at this point, I'm just gonna put it into my Z profile or something like this. which is very interesting. So I'm gonna put it in my ZSHRC. Need to figure this thing out. Okay, let's put it like here. And let's go like this. And let's go like that. Ta-da! Problem solved. Which is kind of weird because, like in WSL, I didn't need to. It's like this is like what you're saying, you know. Yeah, sure. Hold on. So I'm gonna remove this. I have like way too many tabs open. Hold on. All right, so let's SSH again. Z playground, SBT run. All right, okay. So sudo edit, SSH config. Okay, so you want accept env. Yeah. And the comment says like allowing client to pass locale environment variables. And you know, one of the things on Stack Overflow said, you know, just disable it, put something into your ZSHRC and whatever. Yeah. So it only accepts things that starts with LC underscore. So had I sent LC underscore and then C dot UTF-8, do you think it would have worked? All right, it's going to be the last thing that we're going to try. So I'm going to go into my ZSHRC again. And I'm going to find this C dot UT. Okay, so I'm going to comment it out for now. Okay. This means that this is broken again now. Why is it not broken anymore? I reloaded the thing, right? Like this. Maybe I need to log out. Hold on. Okay. So you're saying that I go send env, and then now I have to do lc underscore, and then I would do lang, right? Like this, and then equals c dot utf-8. It was like this, right? This is what I had. Hold on. No, it was utf like this. All right. Eh. Oh, okay. But then what should I do here? Oh. All right. So we're gonna go like this, right? It's one of those things where you're like, why is this not done by default? Okay, so you're saying that I should go like this? No, hold on, but it already says lang. So it's about the value, right? No, like this is the value. So I think I just need to do C. C dot star, right? Because my thingy is what? Like this. So it's like even slash, Jesus. Oh. Can I just do this? Star. Really? Like 2 lines, like you've written. So the oh, so hold on. Isn't this already like? Is this like a space separated thing? Okay. So you want that. You want this. All right. So we need to do this SSH reload thing. Let's check my config again. All right. So let's try. Guess again. All right, man. I think enough playing around, unless you have an idea. And what are those? Like that's the thing. Like I don't have. Like I don't have anything with LC on my local thing. There's nothing to send. I think I'm gonna go with the ZSHRC solution, where I'm just gonna have it in there, and it's all good. What do you think? All right, let's try this. Let's try this, and then this is gonna be the last thing that we're gonna try. So you want that, okay? Should I replace this, or can I leave it like this? I think I can leave it like this, right? Let's try like this. No. No. All right, I'm giving up. Also, it keeps freezing like this. You were the one who told me how to fix the freezing, right? LC. Yeah, there's nothing like this. But the thing is that there's nothing in the swap, right? Like there is like 0 in the swap. Okay, let's go to ZSHRC. Let's find this UTF, no, C dot thing. So like this, sudo edit. Oh, okay. Yeah, we can try this in a second. So in the beginning, it was like this, right? Okay, this is the best solution so far. All right, so what is your I accidentally didn't do this. Okay. Yeah. All right. So how do I fix this swap thing? Assuming that this is what's you know, that this is the issue. Like, what do I do? Is it like commented out somewhere? So I just put it like somewhere here. Maybe without the spaces, like that. And do I need to reload something? Or reboot something? Okay. Still not uploading fast enough, unfortunately. But okay, so sudo reboot. what would that do? That echo thing that you just mentioned? I mean, like instead of the reboot, probably. That's what you mean? Yeah, yeah. Okay. So will take just a second, I guess. Actually, let's base it on okay, so it's connected, so probably it's up. Yep. Okay. So how do we verify that, first of all, that it took effect? Not if it helped, just like if it was effective or not. Well, it didn't crash, so. Okay. And what exactly does it do again? Like, so it only touches swap if it really has to. So, but does it like turn swap off completely, or does it still work? Just not. Well, the thing is that like I partitioned it myself, so I thought like, so you probably missed the beginning. So in the beginning, like I was using an EC2 instance and like these tools. So I'm a Scala developer and we use this SBT tool, which is the build tool, and it eats a lot of memory. And even though I had like 32 gigs of RAM and I gave it like only 24 and blah, 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 eventually when I was running like multiple of them, like everything was like hanging and I actually had to like kill the instance. And so I thought that maybe just, well, first of all, my EC2 instance had 32 gigs of RAM. This one has 64. And I thought maybe eventually it will run out of 64 as well. And then, you know, I thought maybe it's a good idea to give it a swap. So I kind of did it on purpose, and now we turned it off. So also it's NVMe drives. So we're gonna run like this for a bit. Not today, but like in general. Tell me how. Okay, how did they do this? By the way, you said something like it's 3 a.m. for you. If you have to go to bed, like no worries, man. It's all good. Where are you, by the way? All right. Tomorrow is not the weekend. So. I'm in Brazil, so it's 11 here. 11 p.m. Yeah. We're probably like the only one here anyway. Like, I can never trust this thing. It says 3 concurrent viewers, but yeah. Also, it's the first time that I'm running with a RAID. So maybe that's why. That's sort of like how they were doing it, like where I got this instance. Okay, but it's a different PID every time I run it, right? I thought you meant like sort of like matching by name or something. That it's like whenever I run it, it should be known as the evil process. Oh yeah, let's not get into that. I've written enough bash in the past couple of weeks. So what does 10 do? It's the limit or what? Is it like 10 what gigabyte? What is it? Ooh. Oh. Okay, so it's like pay attention to this guy. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm not even sure if out of memory is the issue here. I think the issue is that it starts to run a garbage collector that takes like, that tries to take a lot of memory, but it's not available. So it takes a little bit and then processes it and takes another bit. And so it just slows everything down. So it's not out of memory, it's slightly different. No, it's not. It's just a CLI. Like you saw, I go here. Like the way it works is that like normal commands are like, you command space, flags or something, right? But the way this thing works is that like you start it and then you sit in it all day, right? So if you go like compile and then, run and then compile and then run, and then you just like over time, it just eats more memory. So see, like I just started SBT and now like all of a sudden I'm consuming so much memory. I think it's because of SBT, right? So if I go like this, yeah, see, it was like 1 gig of memory just for like a hello world. Is it gonna work with this self thing? Like it's gonna substitute it. So you're saying I would do like echo 1000 to rock self. Oh, okay. And then out of memory score adjustment, I guess, right? And then and exec SBT. Right, so I would do this. Okay. So how can I cause it to consume more memory? See, like every time I run, it just keeps running, keeps taking memory. It just goes up and up and up. See over here? And this is just a hello world, And if we clean, it's gonna cause another compilation, so it's gonna like start eating stuff again. Look at ZRAM. What is ZRAM? Okay. And what do you want me to do? Yeah. Okay, and now what? Did I just run this one? No, that's not how you do it. Swaps? So what do I do? And what are we even trying to achieve? Yeah, no worries. Why would I do that? I thought this is exactly what swap is doing anyway, isn't it? So basically it will take a chunk of my swap and make it look like memory. So this number will go up and this number will go down. Well, it's NVMe drives, so do they still get idle? All right. So would you then recommend to convert the entire swap into that thing? Right. So would you recommend to use like to take the entire? Yeah. I mean, what about the environment? Okay, but like, would you recommend to convert the entire swap to this thing? Or does it have like some downsides? Or, you know, except for the energy. I mean, does it damage the drives? You know, I think okay. So I think I'm gonna like leave it like this for now. And maybe some other time, like if you know, if you catch me live and I'm telling you like, dude, it's still an issue. It's like so memory hungry, you know, and then we can try this. But I think I'll be fine. Except especially like I'll try this thingy that you gave me was the you know, that thingy. I'll put this as an alias actually. I'll go like sbtk equals that thing. Like that. Ta-da. Okay. So let's try this. So if I go sbtk, it's working. Okay. So if I keep running into issues, I'm gonna try to use sbtk instead of sbt, and then we'll see you. All right. So I think we're done for today. Well, I am done for today. Man. So it took, wow, 4.5 hours. I've been streaming for 4.5 hours to configure everything, but now everything works, right? Except for Vim. I need to fix that Vim thing, but that's only my weird config because it's old and whatever. Let's see if we can rate somebody, because these days, like, YouTube made it a little bit easier to rate people, but I've never managed to rate anyone yet. From your subscriptions, like nobody's. Yeah. Anyhow, guys, so if you're not familiar, so if you go to live.devinsider.com, and there is a playlist with all of my previous streams, including this one, so you can always check it out. You can also go to my channel and go at the bottom. So right now it's all over here, right? But if you go to the bottom, the live streams are over here. Or also you can go to devinsider.com, and if you click on courses, there will be live streams over here, which is just another link to this playlist. Also, I have a Discord. Mostly people go there to ask, Scala questions and stuff. Like I have this thing in the middle, like over there. Oh, it's kind of hard to see. Like over here with a bunch of other like subdomains and stuff. So you can catch me on the social media and whatever. It's mostly a Scala channel, but I'm very interested in things like DevOps and all kinds of tooling like Nix and yeah, so I catch you guys some other time. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks, Chris, for all the help. And hope to catch you guys some other time. Cheers.